All right, good afternoon, everyone. Today is Tuesday, June 18th, 2024. This meeting of the Lake Oswego City Council is now called to order. Ms. Linder, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Buck.
Here.
Councilors Corrigan.
Here.
Afghan.
Here.
Wendland.
Here.
Burdick.
Here.
Mbu.
Here.
And Rapp.
Here. Thank you very much. Now, everyone, will you please stand and join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The City Council is going to start tonight by meeting in executive session. We'll ask Ms. Osenek to read the legal parameters for us.
The Lake Oswego City Council will meet under the authority of ORS 192.6602D to conduct deliberations with persons designated to carry on labor negotiations and to consider records that are exempt by law from public inspection. Members of the news media who are normally allowed to attend executive sessions are not permitted to attend deliberations with persons designed to carry on labor negotiations. And after no decision will be made in an executive session, and afterwards we will resume at 4 o'clock here in chambers.
Very good. Okay, yes, so the regular public portion of the meeting we expect will resume around 4 p.m. So we will recess and re-adjourn in the side room. A lot of red. Okay, we're back in order. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. It took a little bit longer than we expected. But moving right along with the agenda, we have a few proclamations tonight. The first is the Disability Pride Awareness Month. It's an honor to celebrate Disability Pride Month this July in the city of Lake Oswego. July marks the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which is a pivotal moment for disability rights and inclusion. Disability Pride Month is a time to recognize the achievements and contributions of people with disabilities. Their unique perspectives enrich our community. Lake Oswego is committed to ensuring accessibility and equity for all. In July, we have special programming planned by the library and the Parks Department to educate and challenge stereotypes, promoting a more inclusive society. And we invite the community to check out the city's website for more information. We also want to recognize Lauren Bruss. I don't know if Lauren is here tonight for... Oh, she had to go back to work, okay. But she's the co-chair of the All Ability Employee Resource Group who authored the proclamation. We appreciate her dedication and hard work, the entire group. Kelly, you too. I encourage everyone to please join in celebrating the dignity and inclusion of individuals with disabilities. Together, we can build a community where all are valued and empowered. Thank you. Our next proclamation is the National Parks. Okay, oh, yes. Yes. Oh, thank you. Our next proclamation is the proclaiming July is National Park and Recreation Month. And parks always brings me the largest proclamation, just physically. It's just a very large piece of paper. Since 1985, communities across the United States have celebrated this month to highlight the essential role that parks and recreation play in building strong, healthy, and resilient communities. Through the efforts of the National Recreation and Parks Association, the U.S. House of Representatives officially recognized Parks and Recreation Month in 2009. This recognition underscores the critical contribution of parks and recreation to our nation's physical, economic, and environmental well-being. Here in Lake Oswego, we see these benefits firsthand. Our parks and recreation professionals work tirelessly to unite our community, provide essential services, and foster growth. The proclamation is a testament to their dedication and the significant impact of their work. Parks and recreation are fundamental to our community because they promote health and wellness, encourage physical activity, provide essential services, boost economic prosperity, support environmental well-being, build resilient infrastructure, and offer connection with nature. By declaring July as Parks and Recreation Month, we celebrate these vital contributions and the dedicated professionals who make them possible. Thank you, and let's continue to support and enjoy our beautiful parks and recreation facilities. We are also tonight celebrating another successful year of the Meals on Wheels program, and joining us is Judith Hathaway, the president for the Lake Oswego Meals on Wheels. Judith, please. Judith, come forward. We're glad to have you here tonight.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Can I say a few words?
Of course, yes, please.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. We have had a great year with Meals on Wheels. And on behalf of the board, we would like to present a check to the city. Since you do underwrite the Meals on Wheels program, we can provide you with the funds that are necessary to make up the difference between what the program earns and what the actual costs are incurred by the city for the program. This amount varies from year to year, but our board has consistently appealed for donations, and with at least 5 annual events, we have raised the funds to pay this deficit every year and to make the Meals on Wheels program in Lake Oswego sustainable. I'd like to thank Art Henderson for being here and Maria Bigelow. And we would like to present Mayor Buck and City Council with a check in the amount of $53,687.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to you and everyone that volunteers for meals, everyone in the community who contributes to the program, the folks at the ACC who help run the program. It's great. Critical service to people here in the community. Thank you. And now is the time on our agenda for public comment. If you are here to provide public comment and not have yet done so, please fill out one of these white sheets. But Mr. Seimer, you are up. Good to have you here.
Thank you. City Council, good afternoon. My name is Scott Seimer. I am the president of the Lake Oswego Municipal Employees Association, AFSCME Local 1546, the union that represents general employees of the city, 166 of us, who are not fire, police, or management confidential. As you know, our union has been in contract negotiations with the city since February, and while we continue to make progress on many contract issues, we are struggling to reach agreement in other areas. And in the interest of the ticking clock, the one I'm going to talk about this afternoon is wages. We all know that in 2021 and 2022, the highest inflation that we've seen in decades surged across the globe and, of course, in our region. How has this impacted the city of Lake Oswego? It depends on where you sit. Negative effects of the inflationary surge on the city have actually been limited, in large part, as the city manager explained to the Budget Committee last year, because the brunt of inflation has been absorbed by employees and their families. From the perspective of those employees, however, the erosion of our wages has been brutal, and too many of my coworkers are now struggling to support their families. Cost of living adjustments for city employees simply have not kept up with the costs of living, and unless this is addressed, that temporary surge in inflation will become a permanent pay cut. The union team has made a wage proposal that will make up the ground that we've lost since 2021 over the course of a proposed 3-year agreement. It is fair and it is reasonable. You also need to know that our members stand behind it. What you have in front of you is a petition signed by 144 of my coworkers, some of whom were able to be here today. That's 90% of our bargaining unit, from every city department, every division, every facility, supporting what our bargaining team is working to achieve with our next contract. I've had the privilege of serving on every union bargaining team since the year 2000, and I have never before seen our union more unified or more determined. City workers keep faith with the city day in and day out. We are proud of the work that we do here and proud of what this city is because of our work. City employees have made extraordinary efforts to pull this community through all the crises of recent years. Now it's time for the city to keep faith with us. The wage proposals that we've seen so far from the city's team are frankly not going to get us to an agreement that we can accept. We urge you to direct your bargaining team to put a wage proposal on the table that will meet your employees' needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seimer.
Happy to answer any questions.
Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Okay. Now, does everyone want to stay for the rest of the meeting, or would you like me to take a little recess so everyone can leave? Okay, we're going to take a little recess so everyone can leave. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're back in order. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Tonight we have item 7.1, which is work order 320.4, a public improvement contract award for the construction of the Lanewood Douglas Circle Pathway Project. Item 7.2, which is resolution 24-14, a resolution of the City Council adjusting for the compensation for management and confidential positions not represented by a bargaining unit. Item 7.3, which is Resolution 2425, a resolution of the City Council approving a tax exemption for the Mercy Green Bray Affordable Housing Development located at 3190 Furman Drive from the city tax levy. Item 7.4 is Resolution 24-27, a resolution of the City Council authorizing the city manager to sign the intergovernmental agreement with the City of West Linn to continue providing behavioral health specialist services for fiscal years 2024 through 2027. And item 7.5, Resolution 24-31, a resolution of the City Council authorizing the mayor to execute Agreement Number 2 to the subrecipient Agreement 24-006 between the city and Clackamas County Human Services Department's Social Services Division for fiscal years 2024 through 2027. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, moved by Councilor Wendland and seconded by Councilor Mboop. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. And now for councilors only, we have Resolution 24-15. This is a resolution of the city councilors of the City of Lake Oswego approving appointments to the 50+ Advisory Board, Budget Committee, Development and Review Commission, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Board, Historic Resources Advisory Board, Library Advisory Board, Parks, Recreation, Natural Resource Advisory Board, Planning Commission, Sustainability Advisory Board, and Transportation Advisory Board. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 24-15?
Move to adopt Resolution 24-15.
All right, motion made by Councilor Burdick and seconded by Councilor Corrigan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, with my abstention, motion passes 6-0. All right. And now to our public hearing for this evening. We have a resolution before us, Resolution 24-24. This is a resolution adopting an updated urban and community forestry plan. And we will start with a review of the hearing procedures by Ms. Osnek.
Thank you, Mayor Buck, members of the council. This public hearing involves a legislative policy decision within the sound discretion of the City Council. The hearing process will begin with a presentation by staff. Testimony, if any, will then be received from the public, subject to the time limits set forth in the agenda. The time limits shall not include time taken up by questions from the council or responses to such questions. Any person in attendance may cede his or her time for testimony to another person, but in no case shall any person's testimony be increased to greater than 10 minutes. At this time, I will ask the standard question as to whether or not there are any financial conflicts of interest, reminding you that ex-parte contacts and site visits do not need to be declared. Seeing no conflicts of interest, we're ready for the staff report.
Thank you so much. And we have Mr. Monolou leading us off. Ms. Holman here as well.
Yes.
Your
Good
team.
evening, Council and Mayor. We are very excited to be here tonight. It's been a long road for the Urban and Community Forestry Plan. We started this project back in, I believe it was April of last year. And we are finally at the finish line here, and we have the final draft of the Urban and Community Forestry Plan for your consideration this evening. I'm joined by Morgan Holen, who is our contract arborist and has been on our technical advisory committee throughout the whole process. And then I believe we have our two consultants from DUDEC, Ryan Allen, and I'm not sure if Cameron Stecky is joining him, but Ryan Allen from DUDEC, who will be presenting this evening. And at the end, we do have a resolution 2424 for the council to consider to adopt this final draft of the Urban and Community Forestry Plan. And if the consultant is ready, I'll pass it over to him to present.
I am. Yeah. Thank you for having me, and I'm glad to do this presentation for y'all tonight. Let me know if this looks correct for everyone.
Yes, it looks good.
All right, fantastic. So just a quick overview of the agenda. We'll talk a little bit about what the Urban and Community Forestry Plan is, what process we use to develop it, some of the main components of it, edits that we included from the previous City Council meeting and recommendations, and then concluding with what adoption of this UCFP means. So what is it? The Urban and Community Forestry Plan is a long-term document guiding how the city will manage trees and moving forward into the future. It creates a vision as well as actions on a short, medium, and long-term basis to provide the specific steps that the city will take to achieve its vision. And then it's, an adaptive document. We don't know what future environmental, economic, or what other conditions may change within the city. So the document should be reviewed periodically and updated to make sure that the priorities that are presented within it now are still in agreement with conditions in the future. So what went into this? Lots of different things were reviewed and looked at. Looking at our pie chart there, people are a big component of developing and updating a plan like this. So we had a lot of engagement with the community, as well as city staff and elected officials. We looked at the status of the urban forest report and all the city maintenance and tree management practices. We looked at standard details and internal operations, so things like budgets and funding and staffing. And then we looked at city policies, ordinances, and other city planning documents that relate back to trees and urban forestry to make sure that there's agreement and alignment with the goals that the city is putting forth. So some of our work that we did within the community, we had 2 outreach events, an online survey, 6 technical advisory committee meetings, 2 board and commission work sessions, 9 sessions with focus groups, and a kickoff meeting and 2 working sessions with city council. So there has been a fairly extensive review process amongst city staff, elected officials, interested parties that within the community and organizations to make sure that everything that we were working on with the team is reflective of the city's values and priorities for its trees. So going over a few key components, we looked at various urban forest sustainability indicators to make sure that the existing trees will be adapted and prepared for future climate conditions and current experienced impacts. Recommending that there should be an inventory frequency and update. We looked at, again, urban forest management responsibilities, who within the city, what departments are responsible for different roles and how do they work together. We looked at industry best management practices for everything from tree pruning to tree removal to see how the city aligns with those standards and providing recommendations where needed. Again, funding, staffing, and contractor work that goes on with trees in the urban forest. And then finally, reviewing the municipal code and city and community plans. So all of our work and review has been applied to these different areas and is reflected within the updated plan. We have 5 guiding principles for the document that were kind of subsets of the vision statement and were developed with feedback from all those various groups that that I mentioned on that previous slide within the community engagement. So these 5 guiding principles are a sufficiently funded urban forest, a managed living asset, an enhanced quality of life for all Lake Oswego, a resilient urban forest that is postured to adapt to climate change, and an urban forest that integrates with the urban needs of the city to include housing, infrastructure, businesses, schools, and transportation. Excuse me, those guiding principles were further broken down into actions and strategies that with specific steps and identified timeframes that they would be completed within. Then we took all those actions and helped create an implementation plan. with, again, things categorized into short, medium, and long-term buckets, with recommendations for which department would need to be ultimately the lead, or the multiple departments that would need to collaborate on completing that action. And then we also prioritized those actions within that implementation plan, to highlight which steps should be taken first, and which would be following that. The monitoring plan we used a tool developed by the U.S. Forest Service and others that takes urban forest sustainability indicators, and they use those to create a 28-question assessment where you assign where you currently are in a value and where you want to be in a value, and that gives you your total score against your goal and your gap to achieving that. We like to use this approach because like it says, it's consistent and quantifiable. It's often difficult to measure progress, especially on something as complex as an urban forest. But this has a lot of really key areas that you can look at and constantly review to see how you're progressing. Yeah, okay, so some of the things that we heard from the last time we met together that were included in this final version of the Urban and Community Forestry Plan. One were revisions to key finding number 9 based on your feedback. We clarified that there aren't limitations imposed on residents from the Urban and Community Forestry Plan. Revised the vision statement to match the language that we heard in the last meeting. And then finally, made sure to update the summary paragraph in the monitoring plan to highlight that the 60 total gaps or total score for the city of Lake Oswego is an excellent number and an excellent starting point, and recognizing that there's already a lot of great things going on with the city, but there's always additional areas for improvement. With that, Jessica, turn it over to you.
Yeah, so one of the questions that the council had at the last meeting was with regard to the additional funding, like which of these actions might require additional funding. We didn't want to include that within the actual plan itself because it's a snapshot in time and funding priorities and, for instance, with the planning department, we have a specific work plan, and there's some years where we might be able to fund these things and some years where we won't be able to. But just kind of looking at a snapshot in time, wanted to give the council some idea of which actions could be implemented without additional staffing or funding. And so we added a column there, basically just additional funding, yes or no. And just to give you a sense of where we might need additional funding, where we think where it can be accomplished with existing staffing and resources, and then also just provided some notes just to kind of understand why we came to that conclusion. This is very high level, I want to point out. I did not do a thorough budget study. Some of this involved other departments, but I think this will give you a good idea and snapshot that there is still a lot we can do in this plan where it doesn't require additional funding and resources. We have things like updating the tree code, which is something that's already on our work plan this year. So hopefully this was helpful for you, and it's something that we can use in the upcoming budgeting process in order to determine some of the things that we might be able to fund in the next budget cycle and in future budget cycles. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to take over. My apologies. Yeah, so this is the last slide, and this talks, my apologies. This talks about the benefits of adoption. So the benefits are they complement our existing planning documents. It increases our efficiency and effectiveness of tree management. As you know, we have many different departments here that have a hand in managing trees, so this kind of helps bring together those policies. There are forward-thinking strategies to guide urban forest planning into the future. There are actionable implementation items and a monitoring plan to help us measure future success. And it's a reference document and guideline for future planning around the urban forest. And as was mentioned in the staff report, this is an aspirational document. It is not a regulatory document. But there are a lot of things that we are doing currently and we will continue to do, and things that we can do within existing staff and staffing and resources. And this is intended to be a long-term planning document. This is not something that we're going to accomplish within the next 5 years. It's going to be a much longer time frame. But I do think as we mentioned before in our what he mentioned before, that we have a good score in terms of starting off with, we're already doing a great job in terms of taking care of our urban forest. But we have a lot of challenges coming up: climate change, invasive species, pests, et cetera, that we're going to need to tackle to make sure that the long-term health and sustainability of our urban forest for this community. And so with that, that's the end of our presentation, and our recommendation is to adopt Resolution 2424, which would adopt this final urban and community forestry plan.
Thank you so much, both of you. It's been such a process. I mean, really starting back even a couple of years ago with the State of the Urban Forest report, now all the community engagement around putting this plan together. What is the, if we move forward adopting this plan, what would be the next steps in terms of putting that strategic plan into action?
Right. So as I mentioned before, there's a lot of things that we're already doing that we will continue to do. The very next step is the update to the tree code. That is something that is literally I'm going to start working on next week. And the plan is to have a consultant on board by this fall, and that will be taking up a big chunk of our time. But it's an important part of the implementation of this plan to address our tree code. And then, of course, we have the upcoming budget cycle coming up later, towards the end of this year. We'll start that process, and that will be an opportunity for us to prioritize and see what we have funding available for in order to implement other aspects of this plan.
So, and the one on the funding items, it includes other outside opportunities, grants, and
Correct.
other entities, and as well. Because we did not contemplate, aside from the items we already do, around like habitat enhancement and many of the other activities you identified, additional funding this past budget cycle 2 years ago when we hadn't started this plan, right?
And, we already have a work plan for instance, in the planning department, and so we don't have a lot of capacity to take on a lot of these new things. But again, in the coming year, we'll be able to figure out our work plan and our available budget and be able to work these in the next upcoming budget cycle. And, for instance, the tree inventory is a big one that's a very important one that we'll want to accomplish, and that is one we want to look for grant funding. But we'll also need to be able to have dedicated staff resources to that too. So we'll have to prioritize that with our work plan in the next council goal setting.
Right, no, that sounds good. Councilor Woodland.
So we've had a forestry plan since, I think, 2007. Has there been, because when I look at the funding and your implementation, first of all, it's a great plan. I think this is the fruition of a lot of work with a lot of people. And if you read through all 949 pages of the docket packet, you'll find that a lot of work and a lot of people were involved in it. And I think it's a great plan. My thing is, one of the supplements was the plan action items, and there's a lot on that list, and I know that we're looking at a long period of time, but I counted up like 15 $4 sign items that we don't have funding for. And I guess my question is, and you've addressed it a little bit, but have we had funding for forestry since 2007 that we will continue to use, or is this all new money? Or we're very good at scraping together budgets, and I just want to make sure that we have resources available, not for everything on here next year, but as we chip away at it, are there available funds somewhere in the budget that we don't have to do if we do this, we're not going to be able to do that? That makes
Yeah,
sense?
I think so. And, when we look at our work plan for, for instance, for the planning department, one of the things that we do on a roughly 5-year cycle is the update to the state of the urban forest report. And that's something that we've been able to fund through our general planning budget. But, we have to prioritize our other work plan items. So it just depends on what other council priorities are happening at the time. So that, again, that's something we'll have to look at through the budgeting and also through council goal process. But, but we have done that in the past, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be able to do that in the future. And then some of these things like the tree inventory, that's something that we haven't done on a consistent basis, and it would require additional funding. It's something we could either look at getting grant funding for, which there are sources out there available for that, so that is a great place for us to look. And then also, it's possible we could also fund it through our just planning department funds, again, depending on what the council priorities are. So, yeah, we'll just have to tackle that when we get to it during the budgeting process.
Okay, thank you.
The most important part of the urban and community forest plan is we're not going to cut down the money tree. Cut down the money tree. Yeah, well, it's pretty good. No? Is there any other questions? Councilor Corrigan.
I've just always wondered about the tree fund.
Special addendum.
And I'm wondering, it's so confusing for people.
It is.
That doesn't seem to go back into the trees. Is that a priority in terms of trying to get that straightened away so people understand?
It's one of our action items, and I'll be honest with you, I mean, I haven't been director of the planning department or the community development department for, it's almost a year. It'll be a year next month. And until this year, I didn't even know what we could use that tree fund for, honestly. We actually have a pretty decent amount in the tree fund right now, and that is one of the action items, is figuring out what we are allowed to spend it on. It's very unclear. I've talked to various people and nobody seems to know. So we will get that straightened out. And once we can kind of figure out what we're allowed to use that for, we can kind of set those priorities. And we definitely have a good amount of funds to use. And there's lots of actions in here that could benefit from that. As far as it being because we happen to have a lot in there right now, it's unclear to me how much we actually get each year. I don't think we're going to have that big pot of money to start with every year, but in terms of ongoing, we'll have to set what our priorities are and what we want to use that. But that is an excellent point. That is a source of funding that we can use. But it will need, I think, to be spent on tree-related activities. So it could be to fund tree planting on private property, particularly in riparian areas. That could be a potential source. And there's other actions in here that might benefit from that as well.
That's great. How much is a substantial amount?
I think it's about 300,000.
Oh, my word. Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. We can certainly use it. Thanks.
Councilor Corrigan. Well, we will go ahead and open the public hearing, and I'll ask if there is anyone who would like to testify. Going once. Done. Public hearing's closed. There has been a lot of good engagement in the community, on this topic, and so thank you, Dudek. Thank you to you and your team for participating in this, and Director Numanalu, Ms. Holland, for engaging the community. There's been and for keeping us up to date and allowing our good participation in this process as well. It seems that a good urban and community forest plan requires that responsive policy, accurate and thorough data to support the strategy, and then strong active participation by the community as well. And I think this plan brings all those elements to the table. But it, like we just talked about, it's only going to be brought through life by a prioritization of both city resources to accomplish the work and also a commitment on the part of the community as well. So hopefully this plan lays a good groundwork for all that to happen. Yeah, would someone like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 2424?
Move to adopt Resolution 2424.
Second.
All right. Motion made by Councilor Umbu, seconded by Councilor Corrigan. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you all so much. Good job.
Thank you.
Very good. A lot of work.
Well done. Good work.
Thank you, Mark.
Great job.
Thank you.
I have to say thank you.
Next item on the agenda is a study session on civil violation code enforcement. And joining us, we have our code enforcement officer, Mr. Youngblood, as well as Director Demodeline, staying for the second part here.
Code enforcement.
That's good. Let me kick this off.
Yes.
Just in full transparency, I actually asked Bill and Jessica to organize this presentation. You've had a number of people come to you during public comment over the last year. Someone are talking about how do we enforce short-term rentals, some folks asking questions about the sign code. And then I know many of you get questions from time to time about how does code enforcement actually work? How do we prioritize decisions? What are we seeking? I always tell people we're actually not seeking code enforcement, we're really seeking code compliance. Through our process of discovery, I had another question I posed to these guys, which is, can you talk about how folks in the community actually experience code compliance in terms of outcomes? Do we have equitable outcomes throughout the community? This is really going to be a two-part session. This part is about the code, the civil code enforcement. The other place where we get lots of questions has to do with encroachments into the right-of-way and encroachments into parks. We'll come back and talk to you about that because that's a much different process in terms of how do we receive complaints, what's at stake. But I think as you converse with Bill and Jessica, I think I have two questions for you. First, do we have our priorities right? Like, have we prioritized codes in terms of where we're spending our time? And the second is, are you open to the suggestions they have about maybe amendments to the code that might help help them do their jobs more efficiently, or actually help reduce community expectations or anxiety about certain kinds of things where some of what they deal with is neighbors get on each other's nerves. And so I think we want to converse with you about places where maybe there's not a big public issue at stake when a certain kind of code is violated. So those are the two things. Are you open to the code adjustments? And then do we have our priorities right? So with that, take it away.
Thank you very much, Manager Bennett. I'm joined today by Bill Youngblood, who is our Senior Code Enforcement Specialist for the Community Development Department. And we actually have two code enforcement specialists in the Community Development Department because of the breadth and depth of codes that we deal with. And the other enforcement officer is Kelly Bowie, who is in our office. Yep, there she is, in the audience today. So for the presentation this evening, we've got about 15 slides, so it's not too long. We're going to talk about our current approach to civil code enforcement. We're going to talk about enforcement considerations, what our compliance process is, enforcement challenges, and then opportunities for the council to ask questions and give us some feedback. And I do want to note that this session is primarily focused on the Community Development Code process. But we do have guests in the audience from our engineering, parks, police, and fire departments. I think I've got everyone. They're here. So if you do have questions about other code enforcement processes in the city, we do have staff available who can answer those questions as well. And Martha mentioned that we are not going to cover violations involving encroachments into the public right-of-way or encroachments into parks properties. Those are complicated and sensitive issues, and they are worth discussing, and it's something that we plan to have a study session with the council on later this year. So look forward to that study session later on. So talking about our current approach to civil violations, we have enforcement in several departments. So we don't have one. A lot of people just think, well, send it to code enforcement, and as if we have one department that enforces all codes, but that's not really how our process works. Our code enforcement is decentralized, so of course we have police, fire, parks and recreation, our community development department, and engineering department. All of them have some staff that are dedicated, or at least partially dedicated, to enforcing different codes. And I won't read through all this, but you can see the responsible staff for each department. You can see the different ordinances and codes that we enforce. And we also have a lot of collaboration, even if we are decentralized. So for instance, the police does a fantastic job of supporting our departments, particularly for us in the community development department. It's with the sign code and the tree code, particularly on weekends, evening hours, and holidays when our code enforcement staff are not working. They also provide a lot of support and respond to issues that involving parks properties as well. We use both a systematic and complaint-based approach, and I'm going to talk about those a little bit more in the next couple of slides. And our goals, and this is the systematic and complaint-based approach and the goals is something that we share among all departments. So this is something that you're going to see all of us, all of our staff taking as an approach to code enforcement. And our goal is to maintain community relations and provide excellent customer service. And a big goal of ours is to achieve voluntary compliance without punitive action or fees. That is the priority that we really try to focus on. So I'm going to talk about equity before passing it off to Bill in terms of the considerations that we have when we to our approach to code enforcement. And equity means that all community members are treated fairly and justly regardless of their socioeconomic status, race, or background in the code enforcement process. And as I mentioned before, we have two approaches that we use. We use a complaint-based and a systematic-based approach to our code enforcement. Complaint-based enforcement is very reactive, and some communities do this. They just respond when somebody complains. And there are equity issues associated with that. And you can imagine that if you were just complaint-based, if you have an area of the city where, or you have people, not necessarily an area of the city, but people who feel more comfortable contacting government. Maybe they have more time. Maybe they feel that they have more power in the community. Those people tend to feel comfortable approaching government and complaining about different code enforcement actions. Whereas someone who doesn't feel comfortable approaching the government or doesn't have time or the luxury of being able to, complain about their neighbors, I guess, then you're going to have inequitable outcomes. So you're going to have areas of the city that might have more complaints than others, or you might have complaints against people who may be of a lower income status than other folks. So that is not an approach that we want to take. But we still do respond to complaints, but we also have this systematic-based approach. And that is being more proactive. So what we want to try to do is prevent violations if we can. So some of the things that we do, for instance, in the Community Development Department, and I'm sure in other departments as well, is education. So we have, for instance, tree workshops that we do throughout the year, and we target tree companies and other, folks that, remove trees or manage trees, and we have workshops with them on how our tree protection regulations work, how our tree removal regulations work. We also have handouts that are available online. We do public outreach through HelloLO and other resources to kind of educate the public on what our different regulations are. We also hold routine inspections, and this is true across all departments. But an example are tree mitigation inspections. So if you remove a tree that's associated with a building permit, our code enforcement staff will go out and inspect every single mitigation tree for every single building permit before they can get their final building inspection. For tree mitigation inspections that are associated with non-building permits, so just somebody has a landscaping project, those are pretty numerous, and so we check about half of those, but we do it through a random-based process. So we have a randomizer to make sure that when we enter all those permits in the system, that everyone has an equal chance of being selected, so that that's a fair and equitable way to do it, so we're not targeting certain areas of the city. License renewal notifications, so for instance, business licenses, before they're going to expire, we send out notices so that, and we send those out to everyone who's got an expiring business license. And then we enforce violations when they're encountered in the field. And we don't just wait for complaints to come in. So if Bill is driving around and he sees a sign in the right-of-way, he picks it up. He doesn't wait for someone to complain. Or if he sees other types of violations out in the field, he'll pursue those without waiting for a complaint. So one of the things, that I have to mention is we have not done an equity analysis. We have not done an equity audit to see if our code enforcement processes are indeed equitable. But we know that if you have a purely complaint-based system, that is not an equitable approach. So we do think that having this sort of two-prong approach helps with that. But we also wanted to just do a quick analysis because we knew how many code enforcement cases in the Community Development Department that we've had over the last 2 years. And so we asked our GIS staff to create a map. And what this map shows is the number of community development code enforcement cases for the past 2 years, and it's by neighborhood association boundary. And what you see in the colors is it represents the average land values, with lighter blue showing lower land values and darker showing high land values. And while this isn't a true equity analysis, it does show cases are relatively distributed throughout the city. And it doesn't indicate, like, it would be a big red flag if we had a concentration of complaints, say, in the area of lower land values. It isn't a perfect way to look at this, but you do see it is pretty well distributed throughout the city. The larger neighborhood associations like Palisades, which has the largest number of 19 cases in the last 2 years, that's our largest neighborhood association. So it's not a surprise that we would have some more complaints there. But we thought that this was at least a good indication that there isn't a huge concentration in any one area of the city. What's that? Yes, the neighborhoods closest to City Hall do have a little bit of concentration, but you would expect that because if we are doing enforcement on things that we see in the field, we just have more staff that are around this area, so that is to be expected. The other way that code enforcement can have inequitable outcomes is if we just had punitive actions and fees that were imposed with all cases. So if you had tall grass, and we would just cite you automatically, or we just cite you automatically, if you had a sign picked up or something to that effect. And while that may seem fair because you're treating everyone the same, it will have inequitable outcomes because when you impose a fee on someone, and if that person is relatively wealthy, it probably has a pretty little impact. But if you're imposing those fees on someone who is lower income or on a fixed income, that could be the difference between them being able to afford their mortgage or being able to pay their utility bills or buy food. So it can have a really big impact. And so that is why we really try to prioritize voluntary compliance before we result in imposing fines and charges. And what this chart shows is in the last 2 years, we've had 235 total violation cases, and 172, which is 73%, were resolved without any violation fee. So you can see we really do prioritize trying to gain voluntary compliance. And of those 63 cases where a fee was actually charged, the vast majority were charged to building contractors, landscape contractors, or other types of professionals rather than actual residents. So in that way, we can see that our goal of trying to achieve compliance voluntarily before resorting to the fee, that we are achieving that goal. And I will pass it off to Bill to talk about some of our other considerations for code enforcement.
Great. Thank you, Jessica. And thank all of you for having this study session with code enforcement, because I've been here for 16 years and this is the first one. So I do appreciate your time. When a complaint is received by code enforcement staff, and again, these next slides are really about the community development code enforcement folks as opposed to other departments. We assign a level of priority. So complaints that are safety or health related or are in progress are given a high enforcement priority and are investigated immediately. Some examples of a safety related complaint may be a structure that is structurally unsafe, or a vacant structure that is not secure. So there's no one living in the home, but the windows are open or the door is not locked. Sometimes the garage door is partially open. So it allows for easy entry. Examples of a violation in progress would be a building that's active under construction. It doesn't have a building permit. Typically, there would be other permits that be required that are also associated with the building permit, such as an erosion control permit or a tree protection plan. We try to get on those as soon as possible. And of course, when we get a report of trees being actively cut to where there's no permit, that we're able to find for that. Some complaints are also given a LORA priority and are investigated in the chronological order that they're received. An initial investigation of these complaints typically occurs a day or two after receiving them to confirm first if a violation exists, because we do get quite a few complaints to where there's a concern, but it's not a violation of city code. So, and then after that initial investigation, a violation letter is sent for that complaint as our workload on high priority cases and other work tasks allow. Giving a complaint a low enforcement priority does not mean that code enforcement staff do not investigate the complaint or send a violation letter, but it does mean that a citation will not likely be issued if voluntary compliance is not reached. And I'll talk more about citations here in a moment. So code enforcement, as Jessica had mentioned, code enforcement staff perform a variety of inspections and issue tree protection permits in addition to working on code enforcement complaints. So on average, about 55% of our time is spent on new complaint investigations and following up on existing violations. Approximately 35% of our time is spent on the review of proposed site improvements. So someone comes in for a new building permit to construct something. We review their impact that it's going to have on trees that are not approved for removal. And we also inspect the installed tree protection measures like tree protection fencing, as well as issuing the resulting tree protection plan that's followed by the contractor during the development of the site. And about 10% of our time is spent on researching and inspecting building sites. So these are permits that's already been issued. The development has occurred largely. They're trying to get it finalized out with permits. So that's where we come in and do what's called a final planning inspection. We check to make sure that they planted any mitigation trees they're required to plant because they've removed healthy trees as part of the construction process. Sometimes landscape screening is required. And then for non-residential projects, we help out checking like if they provided the bike racks that were required or the number of parking spaces, et cetera. Compliance in our enforcement process. So compliance for some civil violations is very straightforward and is usually achieved by voluntary actions from the property owner, again, without payment of a fee. So a person, for these type of complaints, they're always given a period of time as part of part of their their violation letter, that will give them a time to correct before any fee is going to be applied. These type examples may be that illegal sign displayed in the public right-of-way. They may have constructed a fence that's too tall, or it could be something like they haven't mowed the grass because it's more than 10 inches high. We get a complaint. We'll ask them to come in and mow the grass. As Jessica had mentioned previously, about 25% of code violation cases over the last 2 years paid a fee as part of the violation. Then we have these other types of civil violation complaints that the code itself actually requires payment of a violation fee and requires other actions for compliance. These violations are typically for actions that cannot be undone. You remove a tree without a permit. It requires payment of the violation fees based on the size, the diameter, trunk diameter of the tree, and requires that a new tree be planted. One second. So, another example is development in a sensitive land overlay without a permit. So a fee will be paid for for the disturbance in the sensitive land area, and then there's also a requirement to plant native trees and shrubs and ground covers to mitigate the disturbed area. These violation fees are paid to CE staff, code enforcement staff, and go into the city's general fund, with the exception being one of the fees, violation fees for tree removal, the restoration fees, actually go into the tree fund. The violators for both types of complaints receive a violation letter that I mentioned earlier. It has the code text of the regulation that's in violation, an explanation of why there is a violation, options available, and the actions needed for compliance. And then this date is established by which they need to make progress towards compliance. If progress is made towards compliance and they request additional time, they're granted additional time, typically in 30-day increments. Thank you. Code enforcement staff may issue a citation, what's called a citation, to encourage compliance when progress is not being made by other actions. So a citation is processed by the Lake Oswego Municipal Court. The defendant is asked by the court to enter a plea of either guilty, no contest, or not guilty. If they enter a plea of guilty or no contest, the defendant is required to pay the court fines and the fees. The court keeps those fees. If a not guilty plea is entered, then the court will schedule a trial for the judge to review the evidence that's presented by the city and by the defendant and determine guilt or innocence. If they're found guilty and actions are needed by the defendant to still comply with city codes, because again, what the citation does would extract a fine. If you're found guilty, it does not compel action to remedy the violation that brought them into court to begin with. So we often will ask the judge to require a payment of the maximum fine amount, which is $1,000 per violation, and then also an offer that the fines will be reduced if the defendant completes the actions needed to comply with city codes within a specified time by the court, which is typically 6 months. But this at least provides another incentive for the defendant to save money and comply with city codes at this point. If in those cases where the defendant does not act to comply with city codes, then the option is to issue additional citations that are needed to achieve compliance. This process is important, the citation process, but it is very time-consuming and is only used when other attempts to reach compliance have failed. Code enforcement challenges. So a few code standards are either impractical or very difficult to verify and enforce. An example of this is the short-term rental use. So this use requires the issuance of a business license for a home occupation use to operate the short-term rental. So if I want to operate a short-term rental out of my home, I will come in and get a business license for home occupation, which includes the short-term rental use. A standard of this home occupation use requires the short-term rental property to be the owner's primary residence. The owner's residence is checked at the time of business license application by the finance department and at each yearly renewal of the license. So they ask that the applicant provide a driver's license, voter's registration card, income tax documents with the same address as the short-term rental property. The definition of primary residence, we do have a definition of primary residence that was created as part of the short-term rental regulations a few years back. It says that the owner must live at the property a majority of the year for it to be considered their primary residence. So when a complaint is received that the property owner is not living at the short-term rental, code enforcement staff really cannot verify if the short-term rental owner is spending the majority of the time of the year at the residence, which is required for it to be their primary residence. So they're just to give you an example, so if someone came in for a short-term rental home occupation business license in January, and I received a complaint which that this has happened that says, oh, there's no one living in that home and it's not being rented. I would need to wait at least until June, more than 6 months before any action is taken, because they could then stay there for the second half of the year. And that's assuming that I would be able, or code enforcement staff would be able to verify whether someone is actually staying at the house more than a year. So we asked for direction to develop a short-term rental standard that is verifiable, or to possibly remove the primary residence standard. Another example of a standard that's challenging to enforce is found in the home occupation standards use itself. There's a vague standard that requires the operation of a home business to not alter the residential character of the neighborhood, nor infringe upon the right of residents in the vicinity to the peaceful enjoyment of the neighborhood. Now, while this is a worthy goal, currently residential character is not defined, and thresholds are not provided for when a business, a home occupation business's operation would alter the residential character of the neighborhood. Complainants do seize on this language to try to make arguments about, oh, they're out of compliance for numerous reasons. They receive too many deliveries. They are parking in front of my house or along the street constantly. So we asked for direction to amend the home occupation standards to be clear and objective. Spreading vegetation is an example of a code standard that is impractical to enforce. So currently we have a nuisance regulation that requires property owners to keep spreading vegetation a minimum of 10 feet from their property lines. Again, while this may be a worthy goal, non-compliance of the standard is citywide and involves many properties, including city-owned land. And once compliance is achieved at a location, it likely is short-lived, as the nature of the vegetation is to grow quickly and spread. Currently, these complaints are given a low enforcement priority, and complainants are encouraged to resolve the issue by using the city's mediation service. But we ask for direction to remove spreading vegetation as a public nuisance. Thank you. Jessica?
Yeah. So this is the last slide. So just to kind of help frame the discussion or questions that you might have. So what we're asking for you tonight is, is the current approach working in terms of the priorities, considerations, and procedures that we described to you? Are there specific violations that the council would like us to prioritize more or less? Do you have any feedback or suggestions on how communication between code enforcement and the community can be better improved? And then we request your direction on the recommended code amendments with regards to short-term rentals, home occupation, and spreading vegetation. And that concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you so much for laying it out in this clear way, and I do appreciate you really giving these 4 items to us in advance so that we can have, a cohesive discussion. Otherwise, we'd be all over the place because there's a lot there. Councilor Afghan.
Thank you so much. This was very informative. I have a couple of questions, and then you ask some questions about clarifying the code. What is your response time? So somebody calls and leaves a message or directly talk with you. How long before you respond to them?
So in general, for phone calls or phone messages, then we try to respond within a day or two of receiving the message, and also get out to the site to see it ourselves, because it's very important for us to put our eyes on the problem or the complaint, and so we have more detail about it and can make an informed decision about whether there's a city code that they're in violation of.
So if you look at your log today, how many items would there be that you need to respond to? that you haven't responded to?
So new complaints, you're asking?
Complaints,
Okay.
yeah.
So typically 3 to 4 complaints come in a day.
Okay,
And we have approximately 50 to 60 on the list that are confirmed violations at a time.
okay, thank you. The comments that I get from the residences are that we don't spend enough time with them when our inspector shows up for a violation. That's why I asked those questions. It doesn't seem to be that bad. The workable backlog is a couple days. I think that's just about the right amount. But if we could spend more time with those higher priorities, that would be great. On home occupancy standards, thumbs up. Vegetations, thumbs up. On STR, I know you want to make it clear, but this counselor wants to revisit the definition and why we have certain code for the STRs before we have a more clear guidelines how to reinforce it or enforce it. Did that make sense?
Yeah, she would like to look at the standards for short-term rentals again.
Yes, a study
Yeah.
session before we clarify how we're going to up the enforcement game. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Efkin. Could, on the short-term rental topic, could you maybe elaborate a little bit on what you're thinking would provide a more clear and objective way to approach? Do you have any ideas?
Not currently. So, there was a tremendous amount of time spent on this when the regulations were first created and then looked at, reevaluated a couple of years later. And I think my understanding from the public hearings at that time was that there was a feeling that there would be more accountability, the home would be better taken care of, and we would have less negative impacts if the person lived at the home. But they also, there was a desire to have the whole house be rentable at the same time, where the person who lived there would leave and they would lease out their, or rent out their entire home. So I think that's what was trying to be balanced.
Nice. Yeah, are you have a question about this?
Well, can I clarify a little bit, because I was on council when that all happened. We're running a social model as short-term rental, which is supposed to be occupied by the homeowner,
right,
and they rent out a portion of the house. And that's the only model, because the other part, they're not supposed to rent their whole house out in a
Unless they're
short-term
out of
rental.
town for.
Well, I'm just saying that the law.
I think your code allows, if you, for example, went to Palm Springs for a month, it would allow, the current code would allow you
30
to.
days, right.
Less than half a year. Less than half a year, so up to 6 months. That's, I think, the challenge for Bill, is that it's hard to verify whether someone actually lives in their home for a certain number of periods, because the standard is so broad in terms of how much time you can be away and still.
Well, but that's not, I think that's a long-term rental is what you're talking about.
Well, if you rented it to a single party for 6 months, yes, it would be a long-term rental, but you could offer your home on Airbnb as a short-term rental for a period of up to 6 months minus 1 day.
Yeah.
Under the
That was
current
the
code.
compromise.
And so we do get a lot of complaints from neighbors who are concerned about the impact of short-term rentals on their neighborhood, noise, parties, other kinds of disorder, but we can't prove that someone doesn't live in their home for 183 days a year.
Yeah.
So I think my concern about this one, I guess I don't have any concerns about the other one, is I do think if you want to take it up as a council, and you have had at least one complaint, I think we do need to not just have a study session. I think you're going to need to think about a policy process, because the industry will be engaged.
Right, my point is that my understanding on short-term rental, I mean, there's rentals that are over a 30-day period, but short-term rentals are anything under 30 days.
Right.
And that's what the whole short-term
Right,
rental
so but if you were gone
was.
from your home for 30 days, you could offer your home as a short-term rental to 4 different parties or 5 different parties, and that's what happens.
For that period that you're gone.
So you wouldn't necessarily rent your house to a single party for 30 days. You might rent your house 3 or 4 times.
You put it on Airbnb.
You put it on Airbnb, you'd have a cleaning service clean it in between guests. And so you can do that for up to 182 days a year in Lake Oswego.
What's the difference between that and renting your house out?
That's long-term.
That's a long-term rental, and it doesn't fall under the short-term rental ordinance. And we don't get code enforcement complaints about that because it's explicitly allowed.
Okay.
Well, and the other piece of it, where it was twofold, it was a neighborhood livability issue, making sure that there was accountability and, parties and whatnot going on. And then the other was the housing thing. We wanted to make sure that the housing was available for people to live in long-term, and that, but if someone else was living there long-term, okay, well then, use it in the extra capacity you may have, whether that's an ADU in the backyard that you did not receive a fee waiver for, or if you, go off somewhere for a portion of the year that, there was people who I remember that wanted that flexibility to be able to rent it. Okay. But I wondered if is there any, because it seems like with the short-term rentals, you have, like on a complaint, for instance, there could be like multiple issues. One, maybe they don't have, even if like you can't determine whether it's a short-term, like you're doing some short-term rental, do they have a business license?
Right.
Are they paying the tax? And so are these all things that then we check? It's like, okay, so you're renting. You say that you're, only living here part-time. We take your word for it. But do you have a business license, and are you paying transient lodging tax?
Yes.
What's been the history with that? Are they typically registered, paying tax?
Probably half the time, 50%.
Well, I think the solution is what they do at a lot of vacation areas is if you want to do a short-term rental, you have to go to the city for a permit.
Well, that's what that's.
And then that way it's registered, and then if there's a complaint, you go to the house and there's no permit, all right. Now
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's.
So half the time.
That's a really easy way to.
I don't think we have any
You can always
challenge.
cap the number of permits and, it's a certain amount, so you're not over.
We don't have any technical challenges enforcing that part of the code, though, right? It's really the question of whether it's somebody's primary residence that Bill gets.
It doesn't matter if they have a permit at that point, because everyone knows.
Under our current code, it does matter.
And there's no, is there any data sharing with the platforms to know, like, well, I mean, any way for us to, they say, oh, I only rent it out for 2 months, because I live here the rest of the time, but, you go on Airbnb and you can see that it's available 365 days of the year.
Well, I can chime in there too.
Yes, you are, yes.
So I have a short-term rental in the Oregon coast. So I do it through Vacasa, not Airbnb, but they're all the same. So the local office of Vacasa or Airbnb, they have offices in those places or managers within those areas, and they have to work hand in hand with the city, or they can't work in the city. And so, yes, the city has access to the rental data to know, like, oh, you're not exceeding, or everything's kind of.
Because there's limits on the coast.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, so.
So what do they do here? Do we get that kind of cooperation here? Sounds wonderful.
Well, so we subscribe to a software scrape company, so it's called Property Guard, that will give us, if we get complaints, because we need some evidence that it's actually being advertised as a short-term rental. And so we typically would go to their website. They have different methods of trying to determine if this property, because most of the time they do not provide the street address for the property. They'll provide photographs of the house and amenities and these different things. So Property Guard staff do help try to match up the information that's available in the advertisement to addresses that are actually in the city based upon Google Street Map and other information that's available. So, but we're able to, depending upon the platform, because it does vary by platform, what information they can pull from their calendars. We can look, but those calendars look forward, right? They don't look back. And so we're not able to, I mean, I have that question posed, but to property guard, but I don't think we're able to look backward in time and see how much a property was rented.
You should be, the county can because of the transient tax that at least I owe to the county. My management company sends, what the county is in, it's like Clackamas or whatever. So they get a
They
report.
probably aggregate it, though, and that's the
Nope,
challenge. is
They send a report from my individual
From your
property.
property.
And the management
Let us
company does
talk-
that for all the
let
properties
us
to the
talk to
county, and the county
Sean
does.
about that
double checks
question.
it, so.
Let us
Of course,
talk
you'll
to
have the
Sean.
people who aren't registered, who aren't paying the tax. And I'm guessing
Pretty
they're
easy
the
to
big,
identify who the one- the
well, you get
problem
those, and then it's determining, well, are they even supposed to be doing this? Any data we have, like any of these tools are great, and it would be good to get participation. I remember when we worked this all out, I mean, Airbnb, and they were all in here saying, we want to be good partners and all this stuff, because we said, well, because we were on the verge of not allowing it. And I don't know if they've lived up to those promises to be share information. And
Of the transient.
except that we have some people, they're not paying the tax.
Yes.
Well, then if they become, then they better hope they don't get in trouble by code enforcement, because then they're gonna knock on the door and find out they don't have a permit.
So do we get good compliance from the people who don't have they get a license, they start paying the tax?
Yes, I mean, there are some folks who will say, I'm just not going to do this anymore. So we ask them to sign a statement saying that you're no longer going to have short-term rental at the residence. And then we would wait until we received a complaint, or possibly doing some follow-up about whether we still see them on the platform, but there's some people just decide not to do it.
So I do think it's good. I think the policy that we have is good, providing flexibility, making sure that homes are not just being, open to short-term rentals or not, but it is important too that there's some accountability. And I hear what you're saying, it's difficult to prove it, but if we can use the tools at our disposal, I think because I don't think we have a lot, like a large magnitude of these kind of
Mostly
properties in
long-term.
question, right? People that we suspect might be illegally engaged in short-term rentals.
No, the number of complaints we get for short-term rentals is below, less than 10 a year.
And are we proactive on it? I know Ms. Bennett and I have, for fun, gone on Airbnb and.
No, I think when you remember you had the gentleman in front of you who was concerned about the number of sort of unverified short-term rentals in the community. No, we're not. This is a complaint-driven. This is a complaint-driven.
Well, is this something we could be more systemic with by looking and approaching these properties? At least
I think,
checking, do
again,
they
the
have a
challenge
license?
is whether or not, we can figure out whether somebody's got a license and whether they're paying the tax, but also these platforms aren't necessarily particularly current, especially for folks who are not using their short-term rental all the time, right? Who are really renting periodically. If your home is not available, it doesn't show up on the platform.
But it's the other ones, though. We wanted the people who are renting whole homes on short-term rental for short.
I think what you can do is, if we really want to dig into this, you reach out to these other cities, like Cannon Beach, which doesn't allow short-term rentals. And so you can easily talk to our colleagues in the city there about how do you prevent this stuff from happening. You can go to other cities that do allow it and just,
Well, it's easier if you just don't allow it then.
But my point is, if it's something we do want to do, I think you go out to these communities and you ask the city staff, like, how do you deal with it? How do you mitigate the risks?
Right.
Do you actually scrape the data periodically just to see, or do you wait for a complaint?
Currently, we did that in the past, and then at the point that the ordinance was permanent, then we have not done that, so.
Well, I'm still confused because, unless I'm forgetting things, which does happen, but the whole thing was, we were on a social model that you could not rent out your whole house for a short-term rental. That was very specific, and that was very intentional because they
No,
wanted.
your code allows you to rent out. If you're absent, if you go on vacation, you can rent your house out for a short term. Yes, under the current code.
Yeah.
Whether
It was
or
part
not
of
that's what you remember, that's what the code says.
Oh,
There was some.
Sorry, Counselor, I apologize.
The whole thing was, it was on a social model, and it was less than 30 days. So.
That's
from
true.
my
Again, the rentals are still less than 30 days.
And a
But
lot
you
of
may, if you go, and this is very common when you do hear that phrase, social model, if you leave town for some reason and you want to rent your house, this code allows you to do it. But it does have to be your primary dwelling.
Yeah.
And there are other people who live in the primary dwelling and have either an apartment or an accessory dwelling unit that they rent, but they still live in their home as their primary dwelling, and that also complies.
I do think this is one of those, for me, this is one of those items that would be good to be more proactive on, because I think it's a serious one, and we have people who have paid STC fees to be able to like rent out in ADU, and that's not insignificant, $25,000. Or who have had them waived and agreed not to rent it. And if we're not holding the people who are just like taking a whole home, buying it as investment property, and instead of renting out long-term, which they could easily do, are doing it short-term, then, that's not fair to the people who have really gone kind of out of their way to make sure they're complying. I mean, this is one of those things, we are clear with our rules here in Lake Oswego. And I think that we need to make sure we shouldn't just wait for someone to have a loud party, and get the complaint, I think, as much as we can.
Is it possible to get could you send us the code?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But again, I think, Mayor, to your point, it's very difficult for code enforcement to prove whether someone lives in the house as a primary dwelling for 183. I do believe
that's the gray area, but there are I'm more concerned about the whole home, never lived in. It's just an investment property that they're using.
But never lived in is the hard part.
But they don't live, well, if they're renting out 365, I mean, they're living somewhere else. I mean, it's not that difficult to figure out.
But how can you get it?
We can't prove that they don't live in it.
You cannot go into their home and...
If they have a voter registration card, if they have a driver's license, if they have a property tax statement, we can't, I mean, what Bill can't do is prove that it was lived in. And I think this is where I do think we'll follow up on Councilor Rapp's question, which is how do other jurisdictions deal with this? But we probably can't prove that somebody rents it 365 days a year. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, because I've seen those properties too, that you're pretty sure, based on the way they look, that they're mostly being used as short-term rentals. But being able to actually prove that there's a code violation, if you've got a voter registration card, a property tax statement, and a utility bill that says they live in the property, Bill then has to prove that they're lying. And that's a difficult place for city staff to be.
Right. Well, whatever we can.
So let us follow up on the research.
From the platforms.
Let us follow up on the research of how can we get more information from the platforms. And I do believe that the platforms are different in terms of the amount of information that they're willing to disclose to governments, based on my experience with the platform.
Because otherwise it does go, it's like if this is something we can't enforce.
Then we need to amend the code.
Yeah. And go like to a ban. And I think we tell the people, like, we're going to ban this use. If you guys can't pull it together with the community, then I think people start stepping forward.
I think that there will be lots of options between the current code and a ban. There'll be lots of choices. So please don't decide today, because you might say it's still okay in ADUs or apartments, but no longer okay in the, again, let us do our research to figure out whether or not it's possible to get the data from the platforms. I'm nervous because I've dealt with several of the platforms, and they're different in terms of their collaboration with government. But we'll follow up on this question of data before you guys react.
Okay, Councilor Miller.
I do think actually the other two code things, it would be nice to make sure we're all on the same page, because what I don't want to do is spend all of your code enforcement energy on 10 violations a year when there's more like several hundred that also need. And I have strawberries in my yard, so I have self-interest in the whole spreading vegetation thing.
Okay, Councilor Miller and Councilor.
Strawberries? Don't get that. Oh, they spread. Oh.
Horrible thing.
So I guess thank you for limiting us on the number of codes, because I think that's, this group really well, so that we don't spend the next 18 hours going through every different part. So is this like part one, and then we're going to have other things on the list? Because I see a lot of jurisdictional people that, like fire inspection and park rangers and Parks and Rec and traffic and everything else. Are there other things that are on your agenda, or is this it for the whole?
This is it for tonight.
Well, for tonight.
We'll be back to talk to you about vegetation in the right-of-way. I think and also encroachments on parks. We have a lot of questions about how do you want us to go about talking about things like bushes over stop signs and other encroachments. There's also encroachments in the right-of-way that don't do necessarily any harm. But that's the one where right now we have a very complaint-driven system.
Okay, well then, so then you were asking, sir, for some feedback then, if we're not totally limited to this. Signs, like the A-frame signs, for realtors, and then signs for if it's a Saturday or a Friday, it can only be on a Sunday, I think is our, and I think that's an outdated model that, I mean, they're selling houses every day, all the time, and people are way more sophisticated in that. I would say that that's an issue. Signs in general, I still don't know what our sign code is because I've seen some signs in our city up for going on 2 or 3 years now without any sort of action to that, and whether, and then we have some that obviously go on our property and we take them off, but private property, I don't know whether that's that's probably my biggest complaint that I hear from citizens is, why do I have to continue to look at this sign month after month after month? I thought it was like campaign signs, that there was a 60-day limit. And is there, and maybe
I'm going to give a really quick, high-level overview of sign code.
Expression, I don't know,
Well,
whatever.
I think that you're allowed some signs on your private property, but let's let Bill do a bit.
So there is a code section for temporary election signs.
Right.
We've
all been exposed to those.
Yes, but we don't regulate content, right? The sign code doesn't regulate content, it regulates size and number and placement. So, and you can have election signs 90 days prior to an election. So because we have the opportunity to have an election, or do have elections, up to 4 times a year, there is only a couple of weeks each year to where you would not be allowed to have a temporary sign that met the size that's allowed for an election sign in your yard. And there is not a limit on the number of election signs that you can have. So these signs that you see for Safeway, or maybe I shouldn't call out a business, but some of the grocery stores give flu shots, so they'll put up flu shot signs.
Right, or painters, or people to power wash, or there's just all kinds of people that are trying to get their advertising in, kind of on,
So as long as they're on the small side, 2 square feet, or temporary, and you stick them in the ground, there's no limit on number, and they're
On private property.
and it's on private property, yes.
and they can have them all year long, forever and ever.
Practically. There's 2 to 3 weeks a year to where it's not 90 days prior to an election, or 5 days after.
By the way, I'm in favor of banning election signs.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's awesome.
Or just banning signs? No, so
Come
that's,
on, folks.
but that's a code enforcement, so is it a constitutional issue that everyone can put as many signs in their yard as they want?
But we can't regulate content. That's the issue.
No, but I'm saying,
But
can we
election
regulate
signs, yeah.
whether a sign goes up or not?
Yeah, we can regulate the location, the number,
Size.
and the size. So I suppose we could more narrowly, because we say within 90 days of an election, we could change that. But unfortunately, we can't, even if they're not advertised, even if it's not for an election.
Right,
Because we can't.
non-election signs.
And I also want to be realistic. If we go down that path, that's where code enforcement's going to spend their time.
I understand that. I just want in my head, because I don't want to be infringement on the Constitution and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going after that way, but there's just a lot of signs that tend to get up, softball and baseball, and then it's like, okay, now it's over. It's been up, it's sitting there, and people go, why isn't the city taking that sign down? Well, I just have to have an answer to say it's constitutional, their right to do that under city code. Is that kind of right?
Yes, and there's a lot of misunderstanding about where the public right-of-way is located versus private property. So if a sign is displayed in the public right-of-way, then code enforcement and the police department are able to collect those signs and then notify the owners that we collected the signs. If it's on private property, then we need to we're not able to collect those signs right away, and we have to use the code enforcement process. So, violation letter notice.
So if somebody wants to advertise that they want to be a babysitter, they can put that in their front yard forever and ever, and we have no.
If it's of the size of an election sign, then, it would be legal for the large majority of the year.
Okay.
Councilor Afghan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to remind us that Lake Oswego is a destination. People come here to spend time, and we love them to come here and spend time and spend their money and so on and so forth, and have a great time. We don't have hotel rooms that are lined up vacant.
Not yet.
Not yet, and when we do, they're not going to be in a range that everybody can afford. But these short-term rentals provide opportunity for people to come here and spend time. My concern isn't whether they're rented 183 days or 192 days. My concern is as long as the neighborhood is respected and as long as the landlords are paying their taxes, then those are the two things that I want to make sure we enforce. So just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you, Councilor Afghan. I had a question about, well, just quickly on the home occupation, I agree. More clear and objective, because that is a real tricky one, would be great. And the spreading vegetation, I support removing that ordinance or whatever.
But what do we mean on home occupation standard?
That's the home business, having more clear and objective standards around home business. I think you guys do a great job. The way that you've listed out your priorities, focusing on education first is great. And I know that you work, Mr. Youngblood, and now your colleague as well. I mean, the work you do is very difficult. Sometimes the situations between the neighbors or, complaints, and you're doing a lot of people work. And so thank you. And I know you do it in a really good, positive way where we get lots of good feedback on the work that you're doing, and you're effective with it. And I know it's all over the place. I had a question about repeat violations. Is the remedy for people that just, as I know you and I know, particular violation, there's repeat violations, right? They're not learning the lesson. Is that the remedy, then taking to court, or do we have some kind of escalation in the fines where it just gets?
Pardon me. There is some escalation language for the tree code violations. For other violations, so we put in the violation letter that if a similar violation occurs in the future, so the education part's been done, there's knowledge of what the regulations are, then we do levy a fine for the next violation and not give them 30 days to correct unless it's to remove something.
What about the signs?
That's the same for signs.
It's the same for signs, okay. I mean, I think my guess is most of your situations are people just don't know. People know like traffic rules, and people know not to steal, but they don't know this weird sign code stuff and whatever else, even the short-term rental things you've got to. So it's a great education first approach. But then once people do know, well, then I think when they're just doing it flagrantly, basically, in your face, I think a different approach is required to get compliance. Because again, so many people are fault. They're getting their permits. And when it kind of goes back to the short-term rental, I mean, there's so many people really going out of their way at a great expense to follow the rules letter by letter, that as much as we can, I know it's difficult to get them all, but as much as we can, be proactive. I don't know if there was along these lines thinking of is there a way for people to even look up to see, I know we can look up type 2 tree permits, but if someone's up, but what about type 1? Permits, or can people look up to see if someone does have a permit to do work if they're doing it, instead of calling and you're already busy? Do we have that system where people can just check and see, does my neighbor have a permit for this? Or
for permits?
So we handle our tree permitting through the Acela system, which is the same way we handle our building permits. So if someone wants to log into Acela and look up to see if someone has a permit, they can do that. Is that something that we see sort of regular citizens do? No. But those are easy to check on. I would say we don't send those to code enforcement. Generally, when those come in, they'll go to the planner on duty. The planner on duty will then look up and say, do they have a permit? And if they describe it and it looks like it's all legit, that never makes it to code enforcement. If we look and see that there isn't a permit, then we would pass that on to the code enforcement staff. So they're not the first stop necessarily for those types of violations or potential violations.
Okay. And my only other idea was like, to your question about communication, perhaps, is again, I think a lot of people just don't know. So this is about business licenses. We have a lot of at-home businesses, and I think people just don't know that they're even supposed to have a business license. So maybe we could do periodic things in the hello that goes to every post office box and mailbox in town, to let them know, hey, did you know? They have that business permit, you know? And I didn't know if there was any other tools at our disposal to kind of cross-reference Oregon Secretary of State business registration with, address-wise with businesses here. Just know that's a difficult one to enforce. And again, there's the people that do the right thing and pay, and there's some probably that don't know, and then there's others that know that if they don't pay, little consequence / no consequence, but that's a tricky one.
What defines a home business? I mean, is it somebody who has a LLC, they have to register with the state as far as having they get to pay their $150, but they may have no employees or no clients or anyone coming. They're just like an attorney.
I don't think they need a city business license. No.
Right. So what determines that? I mean, if it's an attorney that works at home.
Yeah, so there's actually a fairly robust exemption list of what you can conduct in your home that doesn't require a business license. So it looks like at some point there was a lot of thought went into who we wanted to capture. But I'm sorry, I can't rattle those off for you right now.
Right.
But,
okay. But there are exemptions that are.
Yes, there's a long list.
Yeah. Okay.
Councilor Burdick.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious, how often does it go to trial?
Fortunately, not frequently, but there are some folks who want to be heard in the court, even though they're going to be found guilty. So that sort of meets their need. And honestly, the resources we have for code enforcement only works if there is compliance, voluntary compliance. If we had to regularly issue citations and attend court hearings, we don't have the staff to do that. So we really try to pick and choose when we use the citation process. But again, there are some folks who will say, I am not going to comply. I understand what the regulation is. I understand what I need to do, but I'm not going to do it. So.
What about how many per year?
It's usually between 5 and 10.
I'm just curious. It seems like, actually, I think you guys do a great job, and I appreciate the study session just to understand and learn more. And I just want to thank you for the work and the outline. And I would say my biggest concern is just having more understanding with the home occupation standards and having more clear and objective standards with that. I think that's where my priority would be with this list. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Burdick. Councilor Booth.
Yeah, I just, I know Mr. Youngblood for a long time, and because like he said, sometimes we do things we don't know, but he's honestly someone like we should be proud of. If you go into the community, how he's working with people, explaining things, and we have a school, and sometimes there are things we didn't know. He explained to us. And Mr. Hurt over there, same thing. I have Mr. Smith, coming for enforcement. Every year you have to go through fire marshal and stuff. They're not coming to punish you. They come to tell you, this. Generally, even if they don't approve, they come one first inspection and give you time to fix everything. They come back. So honestly, people who are not complying, we cannot accept in our city that some folks say, I am going to do whatever I want. That's not, we have to give them the power that it's a law. We are not in a lawless city. Their code, you respect it. If you don't respect it, there will be consequences, and no one should be exempt from that. We can't accept that. Oh, I know the code, but I'm not doing it. Those are like, even kindergartners don't do that. So we, so I understand what you're going through, a lot of things, and I really encourage you to continue your pedagogy, like talking to people. And I've seen it myself. Way before I am a counselor, I've been working with these folks, and they help really tell you what to do, even on signage, oh no, you have to go to this and do this. So the home occupation standard, I really wanted to have, like is it like the number of people that should be in
Well,
a
they're thinking
house?
of the clear and objective standards.
Yeah, like, is it gonna like comprise of how many folks can be in a 3-bedroom apartment, or are those things you?
No, I think it's about quantifying, describing what kind of impacts you're concerned about. Things like traffic, noise.
Okay.
Right, hours of operation, number of deliveries. I think that those are the kinds of things, as opposed to just saying we want to keep our neighborhood livable, we need to actually describe, what do we mean?
And parkings and vegetation, I'm in. I mean, those who are doing strawberries in their house, they have to be careful that, So,
my neighbors won't complain, they get strawberries, it'll be all right.
Thank you, Councilor Mbupi.
Yeah,
That's a
thank
good
you.
comment. And finally, do we do outreach through the chamber to the business community on this as well? Like, I think, did we do that recently with our real estate sign and just the A-frame signs in general? I know we're a big thing.
Yeah, it comes up from time to time. We don't have a specific plan for dealing with it, but yeah, we have done outreach with the chamber from time to time.
I mean, they are a great resource,
Yes.
and they will share the information. I will say, I think we had a lot of the real estate signs, and then you saw people just putting them out on Sundays, like they're supposed to in the word, but we may need to send them again, because now they seem to have forgotten short-term memory on the thing. And it has really been helpful, because we did have the other people saying, well, I can't have my A-frame out, and that's the tricky thing with the A-frame signs.
Well, and I think the other thing you all remember is that we suspended A-frame enforcement during the height of the pandemic so that people could actually find businesses that were actually open. And so I think it's just been a remembering in the community as we've begun. And we did have a long runway to restarting enforcement, but it's still, I think, a little bit of a shock to the system when enforcement starts. I actually want to give a big shout out, since George is in the room, to PD for helping code enforcement with the A-frame enforcement. Because actually doing it on the weekends has really improved compliance substantially.
It's helped. And for what it's worth, I've spoken to the real estate community, some who were concerned, and even they don't want a city that's riddled with A-frame signs. So they said, we get it Sundays. And Councilor Winden's point, it's like a different day and age. People aren't driving around they know where they're going. They don't, but I know there's a real attachment to those A-frame signs. I think it's ingrained, It's a marketing, it's free advertisement, so it's nice, Okay, any other comments? Okay, thank you very much for taking the feedback, for bringing us all this good information. There was a lot here. We can't wait to talk about bushes. Shrubs.
Let me say out loud, the issues around equitable code enforcement and vegetation are much more front and center. So right now we do have a very complaint-driven system, and that means that enforcement is not evenly distributed. So I think we're going to want to get some policy guidance for you about what do you want us to prioritize when that comes back.
So today we used our garden shears to surgically snip, but when you come back, we're going to bring out the weed whacker. That's what.
Maybe only on certain streets, maybe only on arterials and collectors. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. Thank you both. Thank you very much.
you.
Weed whacker. Well, let's get through the end. We have information from council. Is there any information? Council? Nothing? No? Councilor Mbupi did a great job this weekend at representing the city at the Juneteenth celebration. Thank you for your words. Joined by Lieber Fort, a community member here in Clackamas County, who did a great job as well. The city team did a wonderful job putting that event on. There was a really nice crowd down at the Plaza on Sunday, on Father's Day. We had also this weekend was our C4 retreat. So I'm sorry, I gotta miss the only fun thing that went on this weekend, which is the skate park opening to go sit with our Clackamas County friends. which was fun. I heard it's off to a great start. But at the C4 retreat, so the county and the cities in Clackamas, we all got together to talk about a couple of things. One, primarily a unified county vision around priorities and vision for the 2025 state transportation package. So we came up with, between everyone there, urban cities, rural cities, and the county, kind of a united vision on that for that transportation front. We did have Representative McLean and Senator Gorsuch, they're the co-chairs of the Transportation Committee, come and visit with us, and we got to hear from them and provide them with feedback as well. And then we kind of just talked about more of a general, long-term or a vision around housing. So C4 has been more interested in taking up housing as an active topic, and we talked about what that would look like, recognizing that all of our communities within Clackamas are so different. Kind of coming up a way with how we, use housing to support economic development and meet kind of our county and regional housing goals, working together, both affordable housing and all the different housing types. So overall, a very good event. Madison came down there as well, which was great to have her there. And so, okay, yeah, that's all I got. Yeah. No, okay.
Just a reminder that tomorrow the city will observe Juneteenth for the very first time. So city offices will be closed, the library will be closed, police and fire will still be available if you need to call them for any reason. The other thing I would let you know is that Metro is narrowing in on their recommendation about what their plans are for the supportive housing, I can't remember what the S is, tax. And there's really going to be, I would say, 3 elements to the recommendation. The first is they're going to recommend an expansion of the uses, so not just for services, but also for capital construction, basically because the Metro Housing Bond is expiring and there's no other funding regionally for capital construction. The second is the rate of the tax. They're expecting there's going to be a recommendation that it be lowered because the tax is generating more income than they thought. And the third is an extension of the tax beyond 2030. So if you all want to weigh in on that, we'll schedule some time for you to talk about it on July 13th if you want to write anything to the Metro Council on that topic. You want to talk about it? I just know there's a lot of people in Lake Oswego who pay the tax. And so I know that you would be sort of representing your constituents.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about it.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, it's good.
And one other thing is there is some discussion about some modifications of the income levels, recognizing that if they extend it beyond 2030, then what's currently considered high income probably won't be high income by the end of the tax.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I think we're going to, our friends are here for the next part of the meeting, but I think we're going to take a little recess, if that's okay. Okay, maybe 10 minutes.
Like 5 minutes?
10 minutes. Oh. I think there's food.
Oh, they came in and you're going to watch an empty dais?
Okay, we are back in order. I didn't before we left, but I'm going to adjourn the city council meeting and call to order the redevelopment agency meeting. All the board members are here. And our first item of business this evening is the Fourth Amendment to the Disposition and Development Agreement for the North Anchor Project. Oh, over there, Mr. Sin will let you introduce our partners here.
The board, Sadaro Sin with the Redevelopment Agency. Also, this evening we have members of the UDP team, and I was going to let Eric introduce the team. But before I do that, if I could just say a few words and kind of tee us up for the presentation, and then I was going to turn it over to Mr. Kress to finish off the presentation. But the request before the board this evening is to consider the Fourth Amendment to the Disposition Development Agreement. The original DDA was signed on December of 2021. And since then, we've had 3 previous amendments. A lot of those were for time extensions. This Fourth Amendment is also for a time extension to the some critical deadline dates for the DDA, including the final termination date for the DDA, final close on the property, as well as commencement of construction. And then there's also some minor amendments just to the description of the project itself. They're not substantive, and I know the UDP team will cover what those changes are. And so that is the request for this evening. The other item I wanted to mention is at the last minute, we did have some discussions about a potential opportunity that the board may want to consider as well, and that is to potentially work with UDP to demolish the North Anchor properties prior to or sooner rather than later and prior to the closing on the properties. So that is encapsulated in Resolution 2402 that I believe you have a draft of. And what that would do is temporarily extend the DDA termination deadline to September 10th. And between now and September, we will work with UDP to figure out how and if we can work through that. There are legal issues, looking at the DDA and other things like that. We would anticipate coming back to the board on September 3rd to have a further discussion with you, if in fact that was the direction that you'd like us to pursue. Certainly there are some benefits to both the city and UDP. Maybe making the ground a little more shovel-ready in advance. But with that, I was going to turn it over to Mr. Kress.
Thank you, Sid. Good evening, Mayor, Councilors. Thank you for having us this evening. With me is Curtis Pissarro, who you met before, Lincoln Walker, Jen Glasscott from Columbia Hospitality, and then Bob and Will Naito from Naito Development. Thought I'd go through where we stand today, since we last met last December in this room. Interest rates, where we stand now is interest rates have remained high. However, the hotel is ready for permits and subject to some code changes. So we've been doing a lot of work with that. Moving that forward, we've been working with Columbia and our partners to get the project shovel ready. The apartment permit process is nearly complete. We would like to proceed with a renewed financing push to bring aligned capital partners into the project. So we have a new debt and equity consultant that we're bringing on board. And to do that, we will ask to extend the timeline so that we can show more confidence in the project and also relieve some of the uncertainty that, whereas we can work through the technical details of permitting and whatnot under these short 6-month extensions, when you're talking to debt and equity, that presents as high risk when you only have a 6-month window to get through the process and move forward. Maybe I'll turn it over to Curtis to talk about some of our accomplishments. Okay, I'm going to do this one. You're going to do the next one. Sorry. So a couple things, other things that we've done, we've completed substantial redesign of the hotel. We received approval for our development review modification with substantial support from our neighbors. We've obtained a term sheet and an LOI for the apartment debt financing, and we've also received terms, although not a term sheet for the hotel. We have engaged a hospitality-focused development partner who's joined us today. We've executed a prospective purchaser agreement with DEQ. I just signed that a couple days ago. So we've completed all the legal work and additional testing and investigations to, the site is dirty and requires cleaning. So we've completed that process as of last week. We've addressed some permitting issues. We've done some value engineering on the project, as you know, with reconfiguring of the hotel primarily informed by our operating partner, Columbia. We've reached out to over 50 equity investors and over 20 lenders exploring our financing options. We continue to engage the community, as you can see. Proof with the pictures, including presentations with the LACO Chamber. And we have continued a regular meeting cadence with the LORA board so that we can keep you guys up to date on progress. All right, now you're up, Curtis.
All right. So as Eric stated, we've made some good progress since our last meeting, but we're requesting an extension really to work on fully capitalizing the project and beginning construction. During this time, we're going to work on formalizing a joint venture agreement with our hotel JV partner and really raising the remaining required equity for the hotel and the apartments, continuing on our syndication campaign. We will also use this time to complete permitting on both projects, execute on our construction contracts, and work through the closing process for debt, equity, and land. And we'll be sure to keep the LORA board routinely, report to them on our progress routinely. This last slide kind of details the changes that we were requesting in the DDA. The first change is an extension in the closing and construction start date. And then the other change is a number of small changes to the program as outlined in the DDA to better reflect the current approved program. So some ranges that are stated in the DDA that would be good to adjust.
And so, yeah, those changes shouldn't be groundbreaking. So that's essentially what our request is today, and we're here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kress and team. I think that you've told us before, I mean, we've been committed in this relationship now for some time. You've told us there are other projects, that could be done on these sites, but not projects that are going to be the quality, right, that the community expects. And I think that the project that you have put together is really in conformance with the goals and objectives of the East End redevelopment plan and really aligned with the expectations that our community has for this type of development downtown. And it is a project, worth waiting for. And we appreciate the investment that you and your team, the time they have put in, the time and energy you put in working with us, the city, and with the neighborhood. And I think we're all, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think that we all remain extremely excited about this project and willing to, commit in the long term to see this through. This is a very exciting project, and we don't want just any project, right? We want a project that's worthy of this great city, and I think that's the project that you all are going to deliver. So we have this last minute kind of notion around taking the next couple months to work through the potential for, while the city still owns the property, the demolition, of the property. I just want to confer with my colleagues here that, and so we all know what we're doing over the next few months. Is this to kind of put together a set of triggers, if you will, like over this period of a couple of years? Because, a couple of years, a lot could happen, If the project reaches a certain state, then it would trigger some kind of a need to demolish. Or we're thinking of setting some kind of a date, time specific? What was we're open to possibilities? General thing. Oh, yeah. What, Councilor Afghan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You may recall that I was very vocal about if there's going to be a substantial extension or another extension, we need to see some visible progress toward the end goal. And the late breaking news is that when we approached UDP, there seems to be a mutual interest in figuring out how to go forward where we have visible progress at the site. And one option is how can we demo the buildings and put up a fence with advertisement that says when the buildings are coming and what are they coming. So we don't have the abandoned buildings sitting in the middle of our beautiful downtown. That would be a visible progress. It also helps the UDP when they pull the trigger on construction, they will be ahead by that many months because the demolition of the buildings are complete. Now, we have to negotiate what does demolition means and how far do we take those demolitions. But we're asking the City Council to consider an extension to have those conversations complete before we have the time extension that we were originally considering. UDP is open to have this conversation with us, and we want to have those conversations complete before we issue any time extension or have that conversation here.
Thank you, Councilor Afghan. That's very helpful. Does anyone, so given that, is there any kind of parameters anyone would also weigh in on? No?
Just to reiterate, Mayor, that we're still excited, fully supportive of this project. We feel like we're all part of the family now since it's been, by now Eric would have already been on to the next 14 projects, and we understand the market is tenuous at best and difficult to navigate right now. Do you have an idea currently of, I know it would be 24 months, but is, originally it was kind of like building the apartments first, then the hotel, and then, do you think you're going to get traction on one project versus another sooner? Or do you think, is there anything kind of that you can update us on that?
Yeah, thank you. And not to overemphasize, I do want to say we are committed and excited to deliver a high-quality project here. And I failed to say that during the presentation, but we're committed to that. One of the challenges here is you will see, two-story wooden street parked condos and whatnot and affordable housing being built right now, but building a complex podium vertical project in an urban area, it's very far and few between happening. In fact, you've seen, I'm sure you guys read the Wall Street Journal on the front page just 2 days ago talking about that. Mm-hmm. So it is a very difficult time, but we're committed and we're here to work with the city. And we found the city and the commissioners to be creative partners in trying to figure out how we can move this project forward, and we've enjoyed working with you all to continue to move that forward and really explore all kinds of options, including bringing other partners to the table to see whatever we can do to move the project forward. And on that note, at this point, we're biasing more towards the hotel and pushing that forward sooner rather than later. We have good indications from Columbia Hospitality and general market studies that the hotel market is strong. That's part of the reason we've invited and are talking with a hospitality experienced JV partner to move that project forward. So we're going to start, frankly, with whatever project is financeable first. We're going to move forward. They're both so close to being shovel-ready at this point that, if this were 2019 or, frankly, any time prior to that, before the GFC, we would have already broken ground and it would have been more of a stroke of a pen thing and checked all the boxes. It's only this point in time that's making things challenging, and the market is dynamic and fluid right now. But we're going to move whichever one we can forward, but we're biasing towards the hotel, I would say, right now in terms of the earlier of the two.
Okay, great. And then to my colleague, I agree with, if we can get some sort of a visible progress of some sort, I think that's a
So I think I have a couple confused counselors. So, Your Honor, could you maybe describe what is actually happening here?
Yeah, yes. So the proposal here is to take up until September 10th and work through an agreement on the potential demolition of the buildings ahead of UDP taking ownership of them.
It makes sense. It just seems like this is a little bit different than I think some of us have discussed in the last 7 days.
Well, I think that
because my understanding was we were talking about a longer extension with no conditions, and now that seems to have shifted. So maybe I did not.
Well, let me give a little more context. So I think the concern is that with this 24-month extension, if, and the city retaining control of the property, if the property were to, I mean, the buildings are not new and they're kind of falling into disrepair a bit. And over 2 years, and it may not take, 2 years, but over the period, if they were to become in worse condition, it may be the need to demolish them may become more of like a public safety issue or a nuisance. And there's complications with the city paying to do it. So we wanted to work through an agreement with UDP so that they would proceed with that demolition, even if they haven't taken ownership of the property.
How many of our counselors knew about this?
Well, this is just the last as Mr. Finn.
Seems a little bit problematic to me, but.
This, Councilor
Last
Rapp,
minute.
this happened around noon today. So.
Oh my God. You can't do this. You can't spring this on us like this.
Would you have a question about it, or?
Yeah, I do have a question. I thought we were going down a different path of giving them 24 months, and now we're
Well, that
giving
is
them
the
conditions.
path.
That's
This is
the
just-
path,
That
yeah.
is the path. This is just working out in that 24-month period to put together some parameters if the buildings need to be demolished. Because it's a 2-year period.
I understand with
Interim
the
step.
interim step. I have a problem with the way we communicate with each other. So.
No, that's internal. I think we'll solve that. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, in all
And,
fairness, it's
you know.
last minute.
But yeah,
Is
that's.
that, and I just want to ask Mr. Cressman, does that align with your understanding of this proposal?
Yes. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And do you have any concerns about that?
Well, there are some complications to work out.
Right.
So.
Aside from working out those.
Yeah.
The general idea.
We talked about it this afternoon, and yes, I understand the general idea, and we want to be a good partner, so we'll work with the city to be a good partner. And I think that's the reason for the proposal for 3 months to work that out. So if that helps support the project and move things forward for the city, we're 100% on board.
Okay.
I'd say the complications are there's a little bit of, we have some unknowns to work out in terms of legally what might unfold. So
I'm sorry, Your Honor, too, I think there's the complications on the part of the city too, if UDP as a private party demolishes city-owned property. So I think, I mean, if you want the 90 days, we definitely need every bit of it to figure out whether or not this is even viable.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a concern, is what might be in the can of worms. And also I wouldn't want to, it keeps us in limbo a little bit longer, you know, for 2 or 3 months, and we're pretty eager to move forward with our partners to both financing and JV partner to proceed with debt and equity raising, and it just puts us, you know, we wouldn't do that until we came to an agreement, because it would not be in good faith to move forward until we have that agreement in place.
Right. Okay. Councilor.
Yeah, no, I was, honestly, that's the question I was asking. If we go that route, is there like people thinking of you as not viable and not willing to invest in your project? Is it don't have like the 24-month now, and we say, okay, 3 months, you go tell your partners you think they're gonna be.
I think it just puts us, we'll just wait.
Yeah, but it's
3
not
months.
a problem. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we would just wait 3 months until we had more clarity, because it's hard to put an agreement together with debt and equity and a partnership when you don't, you know, you don't have clarity around it. Although if we, I mean, once we have confidence that the path is viable, we don't, you know, if we could do it faster than then we would pursue to do it faster than 3 months. 3 months is the outside date.
Right. I think and if I, correct me if I'm wrong, I think our concern is just that over the 20, what would be our options as a city if we, owning the property, we would just otherwise, if we didn't have an agreement to handle the property, if it became a nuisance or if it became unsafe?
We would just demo it ourselves, recognizing that we can't pass those costs on. If the risk of maintaining the property in its current condition exceeded, you know, if the cost exceeded our management capability, we would just demo the buildings. I will say that, again, I have substantial reservations about what are the ramifications of having a private party, especially knowing what I know about the environmental contamination on the property, somebody else demoing it on our behalf while we still own it. I don't know what our ability to transfer liability, and because this has come up last minute, we haven't had the chance to do the due diligence as a staff that we would like to do on a proposal like this.
That's why we need more
But
time.
we said we are not demoing. That's not demolition.
No, I don't think that that's what we said. I think what we said is that what we can't do is include the cost of demolition in our negotiations with UDP. So we would still have the right, I mean, we're the property owner, we could demolish those buildings today. What we can't do is incorporate the cost of that demolition in the DDA without triggering some other regulations that would substantially increase the cost of the project. We could demo tomorrow if you gave me direction to do that. It's just a question of who pays for it.
Well, there's risk to us.
But also, we don't need to demolish anything. Where is the problem of demolishing? What?
Well, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, there is risk. It's not just as simple, right, as us just demolishing it, right? There's risk in us demolishing it as well. I don't think it's necessary.
You bet, but it's
I think
a
the
different
biggest risk for everybody is this project never gets done. And the more hurdles we give UDP, more conditions, makes us more problematic in the long run. Our goal is to get the project done. So the problem I have is we're not talking about this as a council.
Councilor Raff, I'm sorry. If you're going to want to talk, you got to get in queue because your colleague wants to talk and she's been waiting. So Councilor Burdick.
I guess my biggest concern is that we're delaying for 3 months again. I mean, is this just going to keep delaying the project overall?
Right.
So that's, you know, it sounds like there's not much you're going to be able to really do to get the project moving in 3 months because we're going to be focusing on the new agreement.
Unless, so the proposal really before us is that we sign off for you to have 24 months and you own the property. Is that correct? The original
That was the
proposal?
original proposal that has been discussed for a month or two.
Right. So the question is, if we give the 2-year extension, can we just say that you have to have in the next 120 days the building scraped? And would that give you enough time and that you pay for it, and because you own it, we're done with that? Does that make sense? I guess the goal of, I think, most of the council, and I think the city, is that we show some sort of forward momentum. I think the big picture is that we see those buildings as being eyesores, and it would be better to have empty lots than empty buildings. And so is there a way that we could commit tonight for the 2 years and have a amendment to the agreement to say you'll level the buildings, so then you take the risk on that? And it's a question of UDP whether you want to take that financial commitment and risk, I guess.
While they're considering that, I think the most pressing thing that you all are up against and UDP is up against is that this agreement expires at the end of June. And so I think the short answer is no, we could not in this moment craft an amendment that would do what you wanted. We could and have given you a second option to say, essentially, the deal that is currently in your packet, that you all would like the negotiating team to take another bite at the apple around this issue of demolition. And so we've given you an option where essentially you can extend the DDA for this short period of time to see whether or not those negotiations would be fruitful. I think from your perspective, my perspective as your attorney, the negotiating team, we certainly spoke about this concept, and I spoke about it with Councilor Afghan today, the concept of is there a way for demolition to happen either by the city or by UDP? And if there is, what are some of the financial consequences, project consequences? We explored a number of options that and ran them fully to ground with the excellent help of UDP's counsel. We ran about 2 or 3 options to ground where we could include this demolition piece. And we just were not able, there are other regulations that are triggered, and so those options didn't work. This morning, around noon, there was another option that around demolition that we had not proposed and had not considered. And so part of the reason why we're giving you this alternative is so that Councilor Afghan could explain to you all and Mayor Buck, so you all could explain to the dais why you might want to send your negotiating team back, or you can vote on the current proposal today and would not be able to engage in further negotiations about this demolition aspect. That, of course, doesn't mean that in your conversation with your partners here today that you couldn't perhaps get some expectation from them about when they're going to, demolish. The second thing I would say is that if you choose the option of sending your negotiating team back for another 30 days, as I told Councilor Afghan, it may be entirely likely that the proposal that is before you today in your packet, that proposal will be exactly the same thing that we bring back to you in September, because we are not successful in the 3 months at figuring out a way to escalate the demolition while still giving you all an option that you feel covers the risks of liability that come from allowing a private party to engage in that kind of work while we're still owners of the site.
So let me add one more thing. I think should you feel that just the current proposal to extend the DDA for 24 months doesn't meet your needs in some way, as opposed to negotiating on the dais, which, as you all know, is generally a bad practice, and also negotiating in public where you put UDP on the spot, which is really unfair and unreasonable, that you extend the current DDA for however long you think is reasonable, and that we conduct an executive session with you to get the full council's direction. Because what I perceive just from your deliberation is that some of you have been engaged in conversations and others of you haven't. And we as your staff can't follow direction unless we have a discussion with all of you. So if that's what you'd like to do, I think you can ask Mr. Kress if he's willing to entertain a shorter-term extension so that we can have this executive session. But by no means is it a good practice for us to try to negotiate this either on the dais or with them in public. It's just not fair.
Yeah, okay. Does that sound good to everyone? Does everyone want to have a session to talk about, or no? I think we need to talk. Okay. Yeah, yeah, okay. Well, we should just, we should at least give a extension so that we can schedule an executive session to talk about. I think a piece of it is just the
And to be candid, if you guys are going to schedule an exec session, I mean, 90 days sounds like a reasonable amount of time, but the reality is by the time we schedule it, and then by the time we have a chance to negotiate with them, 90 days might not be long enough.
But can I make a motion? Just like a proposal, like saying that, honestly, since we come to this thing, can we make a motion to grant the 2-year thing with the condition that we are discussing and will come to them? I'm just asking.
I mean, you could make that motion, but the reality is it's an agreement. And so the agreement before you is the one that's been negotiated by your staff between the parties. And so you can amend the agreement, but that doesn't mean that they agree to it.
No.
Well, yeah, I see what Councilor Move is saying. I mean, I think part of the, and not to get all messy, with this here by any means, right? But, we're in a unique situation and, working together over a longer period of time than any of us expected, and the buildings are, getting to a certain condition, and there's an element of it to show progress, but then there's just a practical element of the buildings get to a certain point, and it's not trying to, cause trouble, put a wrench, but just the practical implications that may have on the city holding the property for another 2 years that, none of us expected in 2021 that we, be in. It's all fine. But just being able to kind of work through that, if that's something that you're open to, even extending and then continuing a conversation about how we could deal with the properties. And maybe it doesn't even come to that, because things move faster than you expect or the buildings don't reach that point. I just hate to see us as a city get in a spot where we're stuck having to do major work to the properties, which itself has its own risk, 18 months down the road or whatnot. So,
yeah, like I said, I think we've demonstrated over the past year that we're operating in good faith as a good partner, certainly within the agreement, but are willing to do things that are outside the agreement, right? We are, we just want to be a good partner, get the project through, and find the most expedient way possible to do that. So,
well, maybe that, I appreciate that, as I think I'm hearing from my colleagues that we want to continue showing forward progress, but, maybe if then we can, does that work if we kind of go?
Actually, just as a point of order, to, President Mahbub, to answer your question, the state law requires that in any DDA, a development agreement, that you all actually see the text of it before passing it. So to answer your question, President Mahbub, you could not, for example, you could make a motion to allow the city manager to enter into the DDA in substantially similar form as that which has been included in your packet. And you could say, and you could place an aspirational condition on it, and you could say, and our hope or expectation is that demolition would occur within X, whatever. But that is not something that can be incorporated into the agreement, right? So you could make a motion saying, we want to adopt the amendments as they are, and our hope and expectation is that you all demolish by a certain date. That's not a binding agreement. It is not enforceable, but it is, of course, a public statement of what your hope is for the project. You could certainly do that, but again, to answer your question, President Mahbub, you cannot actually you have to have the language before you to vote on an amendment. So if you want language in your amendment that binds them to a certain demolition schedule, you will need to adopt Resolution 2402, which is what says we're going to set this over and talk to UDP a little bit more about this demolition, and then come back to you all with a potentially another set of written amendments, or if we fail to be able to reach an agreement because of these other complications, we may just come back to you with exactly the same amendment. So I think those are your choices.
Yes.
I mean, I feel comfortable with this
That's
kind of
it. Yeah.
aspirational. Aspirational.
Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yes, so if you'll wait just one sec.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
How do we word it? Yeah.
Exactly. What we didn't agree on.
In the packet, not the one that's in the.
What we knew about.
No.
Okay, let me make a motion. Okay. We'll move to authorize the executive director to execute the Fourth Amendment to the December 7th, 2021 agreement to the disposition and development for the North Anchor properties, and adding that council hopes and expects to continue work on a demolition plan.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You said any discussion?
Yes, and no.
I
Well,
have
we're in the middle of the vote.
Yes.
No, we vote now.
We're already
We
voting.
can't discuss.
So,
I mean,
Okay.
He should be able to comment.
but we're in the middle of the vote just procedurally. We've already started the vote. We literally already took the vote. You guys.
You asked if there was any discussion.
Yes, and no one chimed in.
As your
yes.
parliamentarian, I'm going to give you the same advice I would give anyone, is that you may move to reconsider the vote or to reopen the vote. If a majority of your colleagues agree with you, then you could make the motion again, have discussion, and vote again.
Oh, good.
I don't want to change it. I want to get clarification what that means and what are we voting for. That's all.
Move
I
to
want-
reconsider the vote.
no, come on.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, well, we're going to reopen the vote. Discussion.
Okay, thank you. So the aspiration publicly, what does that mean? That means we're getting a commitment that this will happen during the next 3 months, an agreement, or the next 3 months we take to finalize a negotiation and start taking down the buildings? So what's the definition of that aspiration?
Well, I think it means that in good faith that Mr. Kress and his team and Ms. Bennett and her team will work on that we expect them to work together on some form of a demolition plan. But we understand that there are questions that we don't have answers to at this moment. And so we know that they will work in good faith together on moving that forward, realizing that they may not be able to move it forward.
Mr. Mayor, my challenge right now is that we have many tired buildings and we're going to own them for the next 2 years. And I don't want to be sitting here approving a budget of several $100,000 to tear them down because the construction hasn't started. So we're accepting a risk by pushing out the deadline.
Yes,
And that's a challenge for me.
I hear you. You do not have to support this.
And I understand that.
Okay.
So, and I respect the process. We have to vote on it, and if I'm in minority, that's okay.
Okay.
But here, we have to talk about the risks before we go ahead and vote.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Askin. Councilor Raff.
Respectfully, there's also risk in what I call engaging in poor spirit negotiations, which in my opinion is surprising a long-term partner with new terms and risking the ultimate goal, which is getting the buildings built. So there's risk on both sides.
Wait, do we have to make the motion again?
I think your city recorder would very much appreciate
Okay, so I'm
that.
going to make this motion again. I move to authorize the executive director to execute the Fourth Amendment to the December 7th, 2021 agreement for the disposition and development for the North Anchor properties, adding that council hopes and expects that the executive director will continue to work with UDP on a demolition plan.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, we'll do roll call.
Mayor Buck?
Yes.
Councilors Corrigan? Yes. Afghan?
Yes.
Wendland?
Yes.
Burdick?
Yes.
Mbu?
Yes.
And Ruff.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
So usually we're not this sloppy, okay, just for your knowledge. But
I blame the dinner.
we've been working on this for 8 years, so
spicy.
it's everything is in the details.
No, this is good. We
We're
appreciate.
with you through thick and thin, so.
Yeah, thank you for,
We know that.
that was heavy sausage making there. Okay, thank you for going through that. We appreciate it. And yes, for our team helping us get through this, these kind of things. Okay. Would you all like to introduce us to your partners?
Yes, so we have Bob Nato and Will Nato from Nato Development Company, who we've been in conversation with and are partnering with to move the hotel forward. Our name is Urban Development Partners. We are not, we've engaged in JV partners multiple times in the past, and in fact, on every office building we've built, not everyone, but most of them, we have a JV partner in Beam Development in Portland because their expertise is office. We realized that it would accelerate the project if we brought on a JV partner that focuses on hospitality. NATO has an excellent reputation and is from the area, very familiar with the area, and is, I can let them speak for themselves, but we're excited for them to engage in this project.
Right.
Bob?
No, it's okay. When Eric said that we're familiar with the region, I have to say that actually, I'm not going to say what year I graduated, but I'm a graduate of Lake Oswego High School. Actually, class of 1971.
Oh, is that your class, Councilor Wendland?
No, I'm 79.
Yeah. Thanks a lot
Go
for
Lakers.
throwing me under the bus.
But go Lakers. Should we do
Go
the
Lakers.
Yeah.
I was in the marching band, played the trombone, and it's fun to be back. Although the commute from my office downtown today was less than spectacular. And when I say we, it's my son Will and I have been kind of accidentally fallen into the hospitality business about 8 years ago or so, and have since done the Hoxton Hotel in downtown Portland, which we actually, no, we sold that hotel before the pandemic. It's better to be lucky than good. We've done a hotel up in Hood River, the Hampton Inn that's on it's on the confluence of the Columbia and the Hood River. And that has been just a spectacular hotel, although like this one, that one actually took going on 4 or 5 years to get it approved and funded. And we went into the funding cycle not unlike this one, so we're really familiar with trying to get hotels financed. And then with my partner, Tom Drumheller, we did a hotel on the waterfront in Richland, Washington, which just coincidentally, it's a boutique, unflagged hotel called the Lodge at Columbia Point. It's 80 rooms. It has a fabulous restaurant facing the harbor. And we recently remodeled the restaurant and expanded the meeting space so that we can do weddings and banquets and events. And that one, coincidentally, is managed by Columbia Hospitality. So it's all kind of coming together as a big family here. The one thing I will say about the difference between commercial and office and retail development, which is what we did for a number of years, and the hospitality business, is the people in the hospitality business are a lot more fun to work with. Columbia has the head of their food and beverage who actually beat Bobby Flay, and he's a really fun guy to work with. The guy that's not so much fun is our Swiss-German general manager in Richland, who's very serious, and I've worked really hard to get him to crack a smile. Anyway, we're going to have fun and look forward to welcoming all of you to the hotel sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nato. We're glad to have you involved in this project. And if there's one benefit to this journey, it's been the partners who have now come along as a result, in addition to the great team at UDP. Look forward to working with you all. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I think, is that it? For this issue here? Yeah, thank you all. Thank you, Eric. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to adopt the LORA resolution. The minutes.
Is there a second?
We have to do that?
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Director Windland, seconded by, is that what we're doing? Director? Board Member Verdict. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. And then for board members only, is there a motion to adopt LORA Resolution 24-01?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Board Member Corrigan, seconded by Board Member Verdict. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 6-0 with abstention from the chair. All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.